Good evening. My camera's a little off center, but that's fine. Hello. It is Sunday night, and it is time for us to play a little bit more Final Fantasy XIV. So, after last night, we made good progress through the main story quest in Heavensward. Did a lot of reading. Did a lot of questing. Got to almost through the level 51 quests, including all the introductions, which were very dialogue heavy. And we did the bit where we go and stop Raban from being executed, and we reveal that it is very likely that the Sultana survived the assassination on her that we were led to believe happened. And not only happened was we were my OBS arguing with me, that we were led to believe that we were responsible for. We are not. So that is our situation. Today off stream, I finished the PvP grind for this series, which I realized this morning when I woke up ends tomorrow effectively for me. We have Monday and Tuesday. So Tuesday I'm not going to get a lot done because I have work during the day and then I have stuff after in the evening. So I likely won't be streaming on Tuesday either. Wednesday is maintenance. Thursday is maintenance. Friday morning Dawntrail releases. So, and thus this series is over. So had to power through, but I did get it. And the reward is this armor that you can get. This armor is, it is unique to PvP, so you can only get this through PvP. This is a glamour set, so it can be worn by any class, although it very much is very metal and fur, and this is very much a tank set. It's got the big kind of flowing cape plus, I want to say shawl, but that's not shawl. But there's a lot to it. It's called the Fierce Tyrant set. There's another set that looks similar to it that I believe, if I remember correctly, is yellows and whites. I don't know where that drops from. But with this set, it is reds. So all of the cloth is red, and then the metal itself can be dyed. So this is my Dark Knight Glamour. So it's got the dark color to it, the black color. And then just to show, Paladin is using the same armor, but it's a brighter color, this bluish white for Paladin. So I'm still working on getting a better sword. I'm not a huge fan of this sword. This is the Garo sword. And I don't have a shield equipped because I'm using the Heroic Spirit Shield. Again, this is all for the Garo event, and it just so happens that this gear is really good, so that's why I'm wearing it on my Paladin set. But that's a point for another day. Paladin's level 61. We're not going to be playing Paladin tonight. We're going to be playing Dark Knight. So yeah. So it is time for us to jump into MSQ. Anybody watching this? Anybody hanging out? This is going to be a chill night where it's just quests. It'll be a lot of me reading, a lot of people talking to us, and then a little bit of killing in between whenever the quest requires us to go gather 13 antelope kneecaps or whatever it is that the quest requires. And of course doing dungeons. So very excited. Tonight's content is very, very important to the story, to Heavensward. We're going to kick off the whole arc with going on our journey with Lady Iceheart and Alphino and Estinian. That is going to be the major plot point. All right, so let's jump in. So we need to leave Ul'dah. We are going to go to Ishgard, and we need to talk with our friends and family in the House of Fortan. I am once again drinking an old fashioned tonight, and it's still incredible. It's a really good, very delicious bourbon that I got. Venetia's back. Venetia says, I got Dragoon to 80. My brain hurts. Welcome back, Venetia. Sorry that your brain hurts. You really powered through. Were you doing exclusively duties, or did you do any like Boja? Wait, can you do Boja? Yeah, Boja, you could be doing Boja. Oh, you know what? There was something I wanted to fix really quick. If I do... I didn't mean to start talking to her. Okay, we're gonna have to wait until after this cutscene, then I can fix it. Katana, Malekith, and Mount Gold. Oh, so you didn't... Honestly, I would have done Boja. I don't know if you've done much Boja, but I feel like Boja would have been quicker than that. I really enjoy doing Boja for 70 to 80. It's also arguably really fast for 80 to 90, although I know some people find it mindless at that point, so... But more or less mindless than spamming dungeons and waiting on queues. Who knows? So, all right, so Tatara says, I wouldn't have bothered you, but the city is awash with rumors of another Dravanian attack, and Lord Arshafant was desperate to get a hold of you. Speaking of whom, he and the others are waiting inside, so you better head on it. I don't know anything about... Oh my god. Okay, Venetia. We gotta get you into Boja, my friend. We have to get you into Boja. So just one sec. I'm going to just... Maybe 110? And then if I move this like this... Perfect. Now, the text on screen doesn't overlap with my party list, so... Okay. Excellent. Yeah, so... Bojan Southern Front and all of its extended zones, they're exploration zones. I haven't done a lot of Eureka, so I can't tell you a lot about Eureka. I skipped over Eureka, but I did do Boja. It's incredible. Imagine a huge zone with a bunch of fates that are all like boss fights. Every fate is kind of like a boss fight. And, well, you have fates, and then you have like what they call like, notorious monsters from Final Fantasy XI, but they're called special engagements. So you basically queue into a special engagement, and you do the special engagement, which is kind of like a boss fight. And all of the special engagements are really fun. They test your mettle, but they're not too hard. There's one, Red Chocobo is notoriously difficult. And so yeah, you just kind of power through and you level. There's a whole quest chain that goes with it. You get a bunch of really good gear. You can make a ton of money. And it's just really good grinding because it throws you into an instance with a bunch of other people who are all just kind of loosely doing this content. And so if you get into a good, like, beat, you get into the zone with it, you can get an immense amount of experience. I remember on Endwalker launch, I leveled Sage from 70 to 80 in, I think it was 4 hours, 5 hours total of Boja. And it was really fun because you're using your abilities, you're dodging a lot of attacks, like you're doing a lot of content without having to ever wait in queue. So it's really cool. And then of course there's all the content for the relic weapon. So if you want to do the relic weapon for Shadowbringers, like you can, that's what it was originally made for. And as somebody who chases down achievements on this character, I'm going to have to redo all of the Boja content again, but that's fine. I find it tremendously fun. So, no matter what job I am, Pagothlon sucks for me. Yeah, that's fair. Pagothlon's a weird one. I weirdly enjoy Pagothlon quite a bit, actually. But I mostly am a tank main. So, Like, I level all my classes. I level at least one of every class, but I consider myself an Omni tank. I just play all 4 tanks almost exclusively in the difficult content. And, so yeah, Pogathon's really fun as a tank. There's a lot of really fun encounters and a lot of very precise timing of stuff, which you would know a lot about because I think you had a 90 Paladin, if I remember correctly, so. But yeah. That being said, the boss where you're like fighting the big Imperial weapon and you're like dodging that's not my favorite boss, but the rest of the zone is really good. And the last fight is phenomenal. I really like that last fight, so. All right, anyways, I gotta keep moving. So what's your goal, Venetia, before Dawntrail? You just trying to get Draguna up to max, or are you just kind of working on a bunch of different classes? My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity, as I'm sure you are now aware the Javanians are once more gathering for war. Mistress Melchior, Master Levier, I must apologize for this abrupt summons, but we thought it best to have Mistress Tataru contact you via the most direct means available. When the observatorium's bells toll, 'tis a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. I've been searching for a non-black mage DPS to play. That's fair. And you specifically wanted a melee one instead of like a fizz ranged, or... I just picked up Dancer for the first time on this character. I never even got Dancer on my original character. I actually like it quite a bit. It's not machinist level DPS, but it's fun and kooky, and I really like buffing people, so. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returned from the West claim. A band of trappers returning from the West claimed they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Nidhogg's minions gather once more for war. But I would not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. If I cannot ensure your safety here, I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask for it. Sons of the Seventh Dawn, you are faced with a choice. To remain in a besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I would not presume to influence your decision, but I must ask you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. Fizz range has bad kinetic feedback. Okay. I mean, that's definitely fair with Dancer. That is one thing that I feel with Dancer is, you know, especially doing larger content like 8-man trials or doing alliance raids, like I lose track of what's happening. I just press my button and what happens, right? To where I think I do agree with you. Melee DPS has very crunchy animations, and you definitely do feel the impact of what you're doing. And of course, if you're coming from Black Mage, nothing feels like landing a flare or a Xenoglossy or anything like that. So I feel you there. That being said, I would argue that Machinist has very kinetic feedback. Machinists got a lot of oomph to their abilities and landing drills and, I mean, Flamethrower, not so much, but, you know, there's abilities that feel good for Machinist, in my opinion. I just don't like their 2-minute window is very hectic for me. I'm not a huge fan of trying to squeeze in a bunch of double weaving. It's very, very frustrating. I got to 50 and don't like it. I mean, to be fair though, 50, what classes has its identity at 50, right? So, I mean, I hear you. I'm just saying, don't write it off is all. Though we flee to the ends of the world, it would seem that no place in this troubled age is free of strife. Once more the horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her weary defenders must take up spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from the storm, but I, for one, grow tired of running. If we are to shine the light of the dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you, Myth? I would stay and fight. We cannot stay here. I would stay and fight. Monk gets worse after 50. Oh no! I like Monk a lot. I like Monk a lot. Now, granted, I haven't played Dragoon since, I think in Heavensward, I got Dragoon to 60 or 70. Well, not 70. That would have been Stormblood. So yeah, 60. So I haven't played Dragoon at a high level in a long, long time. But I leveled Monk to max. And I really like Monk at max level. There's so many classes that, to be fair, I think that Monk gets really bad around level 75 because they start giving you some of the pieces you are going to use at the end game, but you don't have all of the traits and everything to make it all make sense. So it's a little wonky. But then once you get to max level and you have all of the traits and everything, it flows really smoothly. I like Monk. I'm hoping that Viper feels good because I am planning on Viper being my Fizz main, my melee Fizz main for this character. So. But then again, I feel that way about more or less every class only has like 5 buttons at level 50. So it's really hard to kind of really tell the identity of a class at level 50. Hell, Dancer doesn't even have Dance Partner until level 60. And Dance Partner is like the entire class. So like when you sink down to 50 content, you don't even Dance Partner. And Astrologian, I don't think you use cards below 40. Like Cutter's Cry, like 37. I think you do a Cutter's Cry because I just leveled it, but I could be wrong on that. Then fight we shall. Let it never be said we abandoned our allies in their hour of need. Okay, I totally forgot we need to be on Astrologian for this. We need to get that sweet quest experience on our healer. The choice we make this day may have grave implications for our order. It is only right that Tataru should have a say. Come, let us meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us. Hold on. I just want to... Sometimes you get really cool stuff with this quest dialogue in between quests. Yeah, it's just kind of boring. The dragons are coming. I think my favorite was in ARR, in the quest line where Moonbrita is with you. In between one of the quests, Moonbrita has a drinking game with Thancred and Ida in the Rising Stones. It's completely missable. If you're just doing the main quest, you never see this. And Thancred is like passed out drunk. And Moonbrita's like, don't be weak. Like, come on, pour more drinks. And Ida's like cheering them on. It's beautiful and gorgeous. And I love them.
Ishgard cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the Horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
With certain notable exceptions.
You don't mean Iceheart?
Here we go.
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not? Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Oh, Estinian.
Estinian?
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict. With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I for one would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lance if my words failed to find their mark. Is that clear?
Perfectly. I shall assume that Iceheart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise. A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emmerich. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
I love that we're being all diplomatic and friendly but like cagey with each other. And in just like 2 expansions time, these two are like best bros and going on crazy wild adventures with one another and fighting over how much to pay for things in the markets, like, you know, baby science. I love it. So far, I can intuitively feel I don't like loose rotations or tight rotations. Paladin, Black Mage, Dragoon feel like they have very concerted, non-standard expressions. I feel she should have been taller. Who should have been taller? Did I miss, who?
I am glad to be of service.
Are you talking about Myth, my character? I did make her the shortest you could. Yeah, Myth is the shortest height. She's all the way down on the height for a that's white Elysian. If I wanted to go big mommy energy, I would have done Femro, to where that was not exactly the goal. It's a part of it, but it's not exactly the goal. We have chosen a difficult road. Yet even should we succeed in winning Iceheart to our cause, our plans for parley will swiftly come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition the Lord Commander's aid ere we set forth. I only hope that Sir Aymeric will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Staru, I would ask that you remain at Fort Tom Manor and inform the Count of our decision. Tell him that the signs of the 7th Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir. I mean, I also didn't want to be as tall as Estinian. Estinian and Urianger are both our resident tall bullies, so. Alright, okay, we need to go talk to Sir Aymeric. I'm just going to ignore that I have a job quest that I could be doing, even though it's going to bother me. I don't want to stop the main story quest for that job quest. You would speak with the Lord Commander, pray make it quick. Yep, taking to the seat.
I want the defenses of the Outer Ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
At once, my lord.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors. And unlike those messing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
I love you, Aymeric. By the way, so sorry, Venetia, got caught up on the height conversation. In my opinion, Dancer has a loose rotation. I don't know how much you've played Dancer. I mean, I know you don't like the lack of impact. I get that. But Dancer's whole, like, all of your stuff is 50% proc on a 50% proc on a 50% proc. It's like very random. Bard to a lesser extent as well. A lot of Bard is just like waiting on procs. Although I think that they're fixing some of that, or already have. It's been a minute since I played Bard, but I don't know about Paladin having a loose rotation. I feel like Paladin would be pretty strict. You know, you've got your priorities, and then you've got, I mean, like the only flexibility really is like in your 2-minute window, you have a ranged attack where other tanks don't, because you can cast your spell at a distance, but that's like more or less the only real flexibility. So procs annoy me so much I dropped Red Mage and Dancer. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I like Red Mage and Dancer. Those are my two. We are opposite ends of a very, very different coin there, Venetia. That being said, I will say I die a lot more on proc-based classes because you're just sitting there watching your abilities the entire fight instead of watching the fight. So I do get you there. But it also, when things line up, it feels really good. Where there's other classes that are very static with their rotation. There's not a lot of expression. So like, not that there's, okay, skill expression, for example, there's no skill in using an ability when it procs. Like, I get that, but you know what I mean? There's variety in the gameplay is what I'll say. So, but I feel you. I know that there are certain people that will not prog on Dancer, like at all, because of that, because it's proc based, and I get it. If you're doing prog, like you don't want to lose. You know, you don't want to die because you just didn't get lucky enough to get enough procs, so your damage was low that fight. It would seem I have visitors. Yep.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Emmerich, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least. Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
I forget how absolutely pragmatic Estinian is during this quest line.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses.
I like control over everything. Dragoon has control over everything. 3 damage buffs, mobility, positionals. Or Black Mage is the opposite. It controls you, it plays you. I mean, that's fair. So you're liking Dragoon.
The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg.
So you're liking it, but it is giving you a headache, so it's stressful. But learning a new class at a high level always is, though. So I feel you there. I do definitely feel you there.
I must admit, the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then. Carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
Like, I just picked up Astrologian for the first time on this character. My original character didn't level Dancer or Astrologian, like at all. I didn't even do the story quests for them. And Astro might be my new favorite healer, especially with the changes coming. That's the reason I picked it up, because I saw the gameplay footage from Dawntrail, and I think it looks really interesting. But the whole, like, every 30 seconds placing a card on somebody as a buff is like really messing with my head, because I'm very DPS oriented as a healer. So I always want to be casting, and the only time I'm not casting is when I'm doing OGCDs on, you know, people to heal them, and then also squeezing in like looking at the card, who should this card go to for the biggest impact, and like fitting that in. It's it plays with my brain, like you said, like it gives me headaches basically, because I'm just not used to it. I'm used to tanking. We're just oonga boonga, like I'm just fighting the thing that's in front of me. I'm not caring about anything else. So, having secured Sarium Reich's support, we may proceed without fear of a preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not to say we can afford to dither. History tells us that the Dravanians will attack as soon as their horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must needs track down and win over the Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parlay with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you're ready, Estinian, let us be about our task. Yep, let's go. Astro's healing and cards are good fun, but White Mage just says no bet. Oh, no, I mean 100%. At least in the current, I mean, obviously we don't know what the meta will be like at the end of Dawntrail, but like White Mage takes less effort and does better. Like I feel like just even on paper and in practice, it just does. Like White Mage has so many skill set, and it doesn't take a lot of skill to use their abilities.
Such commotion.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the Observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming. Let them come, in their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us. And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Ascian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution. We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
For the glory of King Thordan.
Benediction says, go on, Gunbreaker, super blind one up. It's true. What I will say about Astra, though, Lightspeed might be my favorite buff of any healer. The fact that you can instant cast any of your abilities other than res for 15 seconds is insane to me. The first time I used this, like, my mind was blown. Like, I've got, like, the bottom of my bar has got Swiftcast for all of my healers, right? All healers have Swiftcast right here because it's roll action. And I'm used to, like, in a pinch, I will Swiftcast a hardcast spell. But Astro gets Lightspeed and just instant casts its you know, hardcast heals. But then you can use it for Gravity, you can use it for Malefic, like, you can use it for, like, any of your cast time abilities. You instant Helios, like your AoE heals and stuff, like, it's super flexible and it lasts for 15 seconds. It just, like, using it on packs when you're in dungeons and you're just running along. A lot of healers just run along and, like, throw up instant cast, like, dots on enemies while they're running in instances, to where Astro could turn on Lightspeed and full on cast their best spells while they're running with the pack. It's so cool. Like, it's little things like that. I know that there's not a lot of job identity right now a lot of jobs, even though they do play differently at their core. Within a role, they're all very, very similar, right? But like Lightspeed really makes Astro feel different than White Mage and Scholar, in my opinion. So I also really like Sage quite a bit. I just haven't played it too much. I got it to 90 and then didn't really play it much. So before we set forth, we must needs inform Tataru of our plans. And I shall await you at St. Renette's Forum. Tell your friend we may be some time. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. Yep. All right. Let's go. Last vigil. Our course is set to Taru. It may be some time before Myth and I return to Ishgard. Yeah, this quest line takes quite a while. It goes all the way to like 56, I think. 55, which is the area. So we'll just be careful, all right? Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening for news of our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it's you, Tataru. Farewell for now. Oh, before you go, you must put this on Alphino. I made it specially. Oh, is this his new? Yes, he finally gets to stop wearing that ugly-ass ARR armor that he and Alize wear. No, I couldn't possibly. Very well. It's not as good as his Endwalker glow-up, but it's a pretty good glow-up, regardless. By the 12, it fits perfectly, and the quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumors and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills. My thanks, Tataru. Whatever else waits me on the road, I shall not fear the cold. 'Twas the least I could do. Now I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey. All right. Now we talk to Astinian, who is, where are you at, Astinian? Skysteel Manufactory. Okay. This new attire will serve me well in the bitter cold of Kurthus. I shall have to think Tataru properly upon our return. Yep, we're ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search without delay. Very well, but she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on the sail's movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was last encountered, the Kurthus Western Highlands. Let us speak with Sir Redwald, was it? As the commander of Falcon's Nest, it is like that he will know if any heretic activity has been reported in the area. Their books are something wild, though. Do you like or dislike the choice-based openings on MSQ? Do you mean like... What do you mean? Do you mean like starting in the different zones, or... Or do you mean just like your main character getting to choose something and it slightly changes the dialogue? Can I really not? Okay, I'm just gonna teleport. Oh, I'm of two minds of it. There's a part of me that likes choice because you're making your character's unique path. However, in this instance, it's just the illusion of choice, because you have to do both. And there's only two choices. You do one right after the other. So it's not a significant deviation in the story. Which okay, for example, if you start in Ul'dah, you have a very different starting experience than if you start in Gridania. If you start in Ul'dah, you have this awesome quest chain. You get to meet Papa Shan. You get to, figure out that there's corruption within the Brass Blades. They name drop Lolorito, who is not a major character until the end of post ARR, but it's cool that they're name dropping him, so you're getting like insight into the Syndicate. So if you do Gridania or Limsa Limensa, yeah, you get, a very different experience, and you get some really cool stuff. The Limsa in particular, when you fight the Ascian in the waterfall area, like that is a lot more epic than when you're fighting the Ascian in it's like near the big rock in Blackbrush for Ul'dah. So like there's pluses and minuses, but you do feel like your choice is yours. To where with the expansion stories where they give you the branch, I don't know. Again, it's not the end of the world, but it feels a lot like the illusion of choice. So like I'm not super, I could take it or leave it. I don't really feel like it has that much of an impact. So, and you get unique dialogue with that. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like, even though they're all cool for their own reasons, I do feel like if there was one that was canon, it's gotta be the Ul'dah starting. The Ul'dah starting has so much weight that actually matters to the greater story. Just getting to save her on the Sultan tree as she's like in disguise, like that's a really cool scene. Like, I love it. Well, Mistress Melchior, what business brings you back to Falcon's Nest? Just as an aside, before we get into this quest, on that topic, I do feel like the reason they do it is to split up the players at the start of an expansion. So that way you're not overloading one zone or the other, which we all know how Stormblood went with Rabon Savage. So the more you can dilute your player base and have them going in multiple different, order to get to the same content, I think is good. But yeah, it's neither here nor there. Mr. Melchior, what brings you back to Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. Azure Dragoon, I know, of course, but I do not believe I've met this young gentleman. Alphino Levier, at your service, and you are not mistaken as to the gravity of our mission, Sir Redwald. As I am sure you are aware, the Observatorium has warned that the Javanians gather for another assault. We believe that there may be a way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus have we come to Falcon's Nest and in the hope of acquiring the latest intelligence on the heretics' plans. I see. Well, then you would be best served by speaking directly to my men. A patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge at the Gorgon Mills. It is possible they have unearthed information that could be of use to you. Mistress Melchior knows well the place I speak of, for it was she who first discovered it. Let us divide our forces, then. I will stay and await the return of the patrol while the two of you visit the refuge. When I have completed my inquiries, then I will join you there. Gridania feels the least written. I mean, I think you're right there. To be fair, though, it has been so long since I did Gridania. Like, I just recently played through Lenosha just for shits and giggles. I created a new character because I was testing animations. I was considering Fantasiaing my character based off of the benchmark. So I was like, okay, let me play as a male Rogadin. Let me play as a Lalafell, and let me play as a male Zayla. And I did Limsa for that, and didn't like any of their animations still, which is a shame because I think their new models are really good, but the animations are the animations. But I haven't done Gridania in a really, really long time. So I can't even remember. I mean, I know you've got Papalimo and Ida. I know you fight the big tree, which is cool because it's similar to what you do at the start of 1.0, which was cool because I did Gridania for 1.0. And but yeah, I can't even tell you. It seems like, probably to your point, not very well written because nothing stands out as being super important. So. Cometh, I'm eager to learn what Sir Redwald's men have found on the Heretic's lair. We need to get to Dusk Vigil. We need to get that dungeon out of the way. Also, can I say, even though I really like this zone from an aesthetic perspective, the fact that the only aetheryte in the entire zone is in the bottom right-hand corner is obnoxious. Especially before you have your mount speed increase or flying. Like, we're going to have a lot of time to just chit-chat while my character runs from quest to quest here. Chit-chat and sit. Alright, so in search of Iceheart. Okay, so I've got the checklist of quests. So I do know that we have 2 quests. This quest and the other quest, and then we get the quest for Dusk Vigil. So we'll be doing Dusk Vigil very shortly. Heavensward zones get good scrub. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, to be fair, the Ruby Sea in Stormblood isn't a lot better. I love that zone. But oh my god, the placement of the aetherytes in that zone is god-awful. Even when you have flying, you have to just hoof it everywhere. Need a tank for Dusk Vigil? Yeah, I'll need one if you want a queue. I mean, I know you have your paladin, so if you want to do it and get tomes, you can. But if you have a lower one and you want to get experience, we could do that too. I'm queuing as healer, so we will have an instant queue. Sargatanas is the server. No rush though. Again, I do have like a quest and a half and probably a lot of dialogue, so yeah, I'm on Ether. Mr. Smelchior, our findings, you say? Well, there is something of a tale there. The sooner we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. It seemed the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our number were badly wounded. And you cannot carry on your duties until the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pets ourselves, Myth. Okay, so we got to kill... to do the aforementioned fetch quest of killing 13 enemies for their kneecaps or whatever. Oh dear, the creature took me by surprise. Forgive me. Until my hand stops shaking, I fear I shall prove more of a hindrance than a help. Pray, go on ahead, and when you're certain that the rest of these things have been slain, notify the expedition leader it's safe to return. Okay. I didn't know you were such a scaredy cat, Alpha. No, that's not really part of your character. Oh, they are bears, though. Godless killing machines. All right. I did it, and I barely broke a sweat. I heard a frightful growling from below. You encountered more of these beasts, I take it. Yep. I saw a video saying that Ishgard was such a teasing moment for 1.0 players. Yes, it was. Ishgard was, yeah. And the fact that for 2.0, they basically did the same thing, where all of ARR, I mean, you spend so much time in Kurthus, and there's like just a gate to go to Ishgard. It felt just the same way, where it's just like, it's right friggin' there. Why can't we go there? And they're like, story reasons. And we were very unhappy. So, but it was epic. Ishgard has always been special to longtime players because of that, because it was the really cool Gothic architecture place that we were never allowed to go. And then as soon as we were allowed to go, and for it to be done so well, they just nailed it. It was so good. It was so good. The beasts are slain then. My thanks, Mr. Smelchior. We may return to our duty without a fear of mauling. And I get my wind-up alpha node, which is good. A little bit of, a bit more progress towards an achievement. Holminster switch bears give me trauma, and I start in 6.3. Yes. Holminster is, I always joke, it puts hair on your chest. Like, Holminster is a dungeon that you can wall-to-wall Holminster, but if you have even one weak link in that party, you're gonna pay the price. It is brutal. It is unforgiving. And at launch, when we didn't have good gear, I don't know if you played like Shadowbringers, like launch week, where people are just like queuing in with their, you know, the gear from the previous expansion. Even if you had poetic gear, like it was still rough. It was rough. We weren't sinking down with better gear. We were playing up. So you wish to track down Lady Isard? Is that not so? The records we discovered ere those beasts mauled my comrades appeared to be some manner of correspondence. I don't remember this quest line of bears mauling them, but it's hilarious. I like this. We had not the luxury of perusing our contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw. But I'd wager those epistles contain more than a friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. There's hardly a choice at all. All right, I get it. So we go downstairs for the third time. Tell me you're padding the quest line of your expansion without telling me that you're padding the quest line for your expansion. I found some few of these letters led us gather a respectable stack. Okay, yeah, so I need to just click on the things. Thus Vigil and Siren Song C feel easy. Oh my god, Siren Song is such a joke of a first. I mean, I love it. I love the boat graveyard motif, very Final Fantasy V. Like, I love it, I love it, I love it. But it is an easy expansion, or an easy dungeon. Thus Vigil has a couple of sketchy pulls, if I remember correctly, but as a whole, it is not bad at all. I would agree with you. What am I missing? Is there a room that I could go in, or... maybe they're upstairs? Yeah, upstairs. Because of course somebody had a note when they were like laying in the hay. Like, of course. And then Tower Zada, of course. Especially the Maga sisters. Like, to be fair though, if you get to the Tower of Zot, you should know what you're doing, unless you story skipped. But it's mostly sketchy because tanks don't have the new tanking ability for Death. True. And depending on your tank, like Dark Knight, I feel like doesn't get Oblation until like 80. Like you don't even have it for for what we were just talking about, Holminster. Like, it's insane how late Dark Knight gets their reusable, like their short cooldown bit. Have you recovered much of the Heretics correspondence? Yes, I did. Here they are. Splendid. What have we here then? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gorgon Mills heretics and the fellows in the Ak-Afa amphitheater. There are requests for foodstuffs, clothing, and all matter of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Yep, there we go. That's Vigil. The Ak-Afa amphitheater, the very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not? If that is our destination, the journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies on the other side of the treacherous tract of ice and snow that cannot be swiftly crossed. Then we must place our faith in the Ethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Moonbrita succeeded in recreating the Ak-Afa beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant Aetheryte would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics at Gorgon Mills seem to have been in regular contact with their brethren in the amphitheater, I'll wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the Aetheryte within a Snowcloak without delay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Estinian, but in the course of mapping the Snowcloak tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the Aetheryte from this side of the wall? It should. House Durandare posted soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were cleared, but they will not deny us entry. Alright. Sounding out the amphitheater. Yeah, this is supposed to lead to Dusk Vigil. I just don't remember. I could have swore Dusk Vigil came later in this zone. Okay, so it's down there. Let me check my ether compass. To the west. Okay, so we're good. Dusk Vigil is a blue ether quest. Like it's technically a side quest, is what you mean? Like a blue symbol? Yep. Yeah, it is a bonus. Holy shit, I didn't remember that it is technically an optional dungeon. I think this is the only expansion that one of the leveling dungeons is optional. But it gives the ether current. Gotcha. Okay. So it'll be after this then, because this is a solo duty coming up, so. Shisui is optional? I mean, I guess I do the content, so maybe it's something I just don't notice. I'm gonna take a risk here and hope I don't run into an enemy. All the guests of House Fortom, accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far, but you are welcome to enter the tunnels if that is your will. Assuming the Ak-Afa beacon still functions, and we must pray to the 12 it does, we shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. Though I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of our uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you figure Heavensward came out in was 2015, I feel like. So it's been almost 10 years since I've done this quest line, so I'm not surprised I don't remember, but still, that's crazy. And then Similarly for Stormblood was like, what, 2017, 2018? An impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it is endured. Mayhap you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. Dogs of Ishgard, it is not enough that you banish our beloved saint. Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay your weapons. We come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress, that we might broker a peace. Do you think us fools, boy? It'll take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You walk with the Dragon Slayer, but we know all too well what he is capable of. My reputation precedes me. They give us little choice. Come, brothers. May dragon wings bear us to victory. Alright. I guess we'll just have to murder everybody again. Yeah, Stimmy's doing good. We don't need to heal him.
Your guard is down.
Alright, let's do some AoE over here. Put a dot on him, put a dot on him, put a dot on him. By the Fury, they partake in the blood of dragons. Just dot everybody up. Here. Come stand next to your friends so the AoE does damage to you all. He's a big boy.
Know your folly.
Focus. Release.
Like, light speed allowing me to just run and cast is just so ridiculous. Alright. Let's end this. Ooh. That last sip was all alcohol. Okay. Ooh, it burns. All right. They fight like demons. Tis death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. I see no sign of Lady Iceheart. Would that we could have questioned one of them. What would you ask that we do not already know? They make for the cinders, and so must we. Even should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, you say? I confess, the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten us, Estinian? I suspect it is the heretic's way of referring to the dreaming dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years past, 'tis told that the Azure Dragoon of the Age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death and forced into a magic slumber by an entire chapter of Holy See sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in a shroud of gray. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure I speak true. A fascinating tale. We should make haste to this Ashen Isle. Good old zone lore. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west. Before we approach the Frozen Beast, however, there's another place I would visit first. I am told the Convictors have set up camp in Twin Pools. Their leader, Jean Talat, may have information of use to us. But mayhap you're not familiar with that name either. The Convictors are dragon slayers, after a fashion, but I'm willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. A sound suggestion. Let us speak with these Convictors then, and temper our haste with a measure of caution. All right, time for us to just slowly hoof it out of this ravine. I don't want to fight you, Bergthers. Bergthers. So my cheat sheet says the quest to unlock Dusk Vigil is called For All the Nights to Come, and it is a level 51. So if it's one of those blue ether quests, the ether current quests, it should unlock now, basically, and it's probably from the settlement, which we literally just said its name, and I've already forgotten it. Because I already did one of the blue ones from Falcon's Nest. But I also know that usually when you finish the quest line in a zone, they usually unlock a couple more, so we'll see. We will see. Bears. Beats. Battlestar Galactica. Well, what do we have here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the Convictors, are we? A hard-eyed lass looks promising, but you have a frail look upon you, boy. I give you 3 days ere the wilds claim your corpse. I beg your pardon? Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth fell heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who the you to question my... Oh, by the Fury. That armor, that lance. The Azure Dragoon himself graces our camp. Pray forgive my disrespect, sir. I am Jean Talat, leader of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. May I ask what winds, fair or foul, carry you into our humble camp? Ah, Lady Iceheart, is it? I know her by reputation, but I'm afraid I've seen naught of her or her people. That said, my own men can be, somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Thank you. We shall. 1 second. Okay. Myth Estinian, let us make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be. Yep, we got to talk to the people. There you go. Look at that. Oh, baby steps. This is not the right one, though. All right. This is just a side quest, so. For all nights to come. Here we go. All right, we're ready for it. Cowards, all of you. Have you no shame at all? Oh, I beg your... Wait, you're not Mistress Melchior. Honored ward of House Fort Tom? Praise Helona, surely you will consider my request. Know you the Dusk Vigil, westernmost of the Citadel watchtowers built to warn of the Horde's approach? 'Twas lost following the calamity, another victim of the snows. Within the ruins lies a priceless treasure, which must needs be reclaimed. I thought to enlist the services of these so-called dragon slayers, but it seems their courage is not as boundless as they would have you believe. But you, madam, you are not one to shy away from danger, am I right? Very good indeed. There's a sculpture of the Fury within the Dusk Vigil's chapel. An ice rondel is set in its helm. I would have you prize it free and deliver it to me. The vigil is not difficult to find. Simply head north toward the Bane Pool until you come to the gates. Knights may bar your passage, but you should explain who you are. They'll grant you leave to enter. Yep. All right. Alpha, no, you can just stay there and chill out. We're going to go do Dusk Vigil. Oh, and we got our first speed increase, it feels like. I didn't notice it in the chat log, but... Yep, yeah, we got our first speed one. Okay, thank the Lord. I'm just going to quickly kill these along the way. Yep, I see it. I see you, Venetia. I just need to kill 3 of these rooms really quick. May not like it, but this is what pure performance looks like. Casting Malefic endlessly on a level 51 monster, taking 13 minutes to kill. All right, so we got that quest done. At least that's good. All right, let's go ahead and invite you to party. Thank you very much for, ooh, warrior. Unfortunately, you don't have all the fun stuff that heals you infinitely. You only have some of it at this level, but... Okay, and the next Aetherite is like way over here, so we're fine. Or Ether Current, so... I want to kill them for the hunt log, but I'm not going to. I see you on your, that's the mount from the Sahajan Beast Tribe, if I remember correctly. What's this? A ward of House Fort Tom wishes to enter the Dusk Vigil? Yep, I'm aware. It's dangerous, there's monsters in here, and now we have to fight. All right. Oh, you're going to do Dark Knight instead? You ready? There you go. You are good to wall to wall, by the way. I will keep you up. That being said, I don't know how much AoE we have at this level, but we should have. We should be good. There you go. Hey, Skittle. Main story is good. We just got to Dust Vigil, which is the level 51 dungeon. And I'm running it with Venetia. Venetia's helping me out. He's healing for us. Or tanking for us. I'm healing for us. Yeah, sorry, as a healer, I'm not going to see chat as immediately. You know how things go. Oh, well. There we go. How's your day going, Skittle? Also, I didn't expect you to... Well, I guess it is... Holy shit, it's 8 o'clock. I know you usually... You're on that late night shift, or at least you were for a while. I don't know if you still are, but... Still mostly on it. I was hanging out with Jet today, though, and our brainstorming session went late. Brainstorming? Anything interesting? And I miss Jet so much. You're so lucky that you have her up there with you. Okay, he targeted me. Oh, he did a rock at me. Okay. Okay. Am I gonna get to do anything? I have so infrequently healed this dungeon. Throw hard on them, heal on them. Yeah, I don't think there's a way for me to dodge that. I think it's just a mechanic you have to eat. Imagine getting to play the game, right? Ooh, that's spooky. Did a lot of damage. The poor old myth. Yeah, brainstorming some projects for the future. We want to have some fun being creative. Yeah, fucking do it. Yeah, none of this is going to be an upgrade for me, so. Oh, we doing the big boy pulls now. All right. All right. Okay. The real big boy pulls. That's a lot of red names. That's what it's all about. This is Final Fantasy. Now this is pod racing. Good job. Did you brainstorm anything neat that you would? I mean, I don't want to force you to talk about it if you don't want to, Skinner. But anything that sounded interesting or exciting to you that was, you know, sorry, I'm like half thinking, half healing. You know how things go. All right. Zombies. I mean, so it's weird. Healing in this game is very easy. Healing in this game, the way the game is designed for you to heal, where you're supposed to be doing damage and only healing in between your damage, that's where it's very difficult. So, and I am trying to play properly, so. And Astrologian has the additional element where I draw cards and I have to pick people to give the cards to while still doing damage, while still healing everybody. But it's very gratifying. All right. Damage. We do damage. We do damage. Alright, I got a heal coming for you. I'm going to buff the team. I will throw a card on the tank. And then we will do damage. We will dodge the stuff on the ground. I will do an AoE heal because everybody's lost a little bit of HP. And then we will do damage. We will do damage. We will dodge a lot of AoEs there. We will give a card to the red mage this time. We will heal the tank. And then we will do damage. There we go. Good shit. Yeah, Skittle, yeah, dodge. Damage! at max level, like in the hardest content of the game, you're basically, all healers have just one spell that they spam over and over and over. And you have a 2.5 second cooldown, but the spell cast is like 1.5 seconds. So you have this brief period where the spell is done casting, where you can cast other abilities that don't have a cooldown, so they're off the global cooldown. And healers basically, that's their entire job, is like if you miss even a single cast, you're bad, basically. Or not bad, but you won't like parse well if you're doing the really hard content. You never actually cast a spell that you have to like use a cast bar, basically. Oh man, he is getting torn up. But we need to do damage. Okay. So between pulls here. But yeah, I don't know yet. Still some seeds of ideas, but I'll share when we start implementing them. Oh, I like that devilish cat emoji, that little with the meow. It was just fun hanging out and going through ideas. It's been a bit. I mean, in my head, you guys are basically hanging out every single day, having lunch. And I know that that's unreasonable, and that's not how life works, but that's how things are in my head, so. Damage! But that being said, in the main scenario quest, you could play a healer that literally never does any damage and only heals. And your team will hate you for it because it makes the runs a lot slower. The healer actually does, like, on average, about 15% of the party's damage. But you could do it. There's nothing telling you have to do damage. But if you're playing correctly, the expectation is that the healer should be helping out with damage in between heals. And here I am neglecting my cards. The tank gets a card, and the Reaper gets a card. You get a card, and you get a card, and you get a card. That's a gun. I don't want to alarm you, but somebody is keeping a gun in their chest, just like in the middle of this dungeon. That is not safe gun safety. Skill says, me being night shift and her going to sleep early doesn't always work well. Oh yeah, she definitely, yeah, Jet is. She's a functioning adult who probably gets a full night of sleep. What kind of monster? Alright, so it's been a while since I've run this dungeon. I know that there is conal AoEs, just avoid the shit that's on the ground, and then we have to hide behind the rubble at some point. Red Mage, you get a card, and then I do damage. And then the tank needs a heal, so I will heal him, and then we will do damage. And the Reaper gets a card, and I do damage. Oop. He sucked me in and did damage to me. I am the one who is supposed to do the damage, sir, not you. Oh no. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. We're A-okay. Look at us go. Oh god, he needs health. He needs help. I got you. I got you, buddy. Here, take a card while you're at it. Actually, I want this card for myself. I'll heal you. You get that. I'm gonna do damage. Heal myself, heal the tank. Oh god. He's sucking. Oh Lord, is he sucking. Oh. Alright. I may have goofed there. But it's fine. We killed the bad guy, and that's the important thing. We always salute our teammates. Oh, you guys can't see that on stream, but I do the little 07, which is a salute symbol. We did it. We did it, Venetia. Thank you very much for assisting me with the queue. The dusk vigil has been done. Thank you very much. Salute. Wow. No, my pleasure. Okay. Okay, goodbye. I gotta go do other things. All right, so. Kick you out of the party. Get out of my party. I don't want to fight you, Gelato. Sure. All right, so we've got an Aetheryte to the west, but we got to go turn these quests in now. And then we'll pick up that Aetheryte on our way out of the zone. I think we're good to switch to Dark Knight, I think, for questing. Scandal, you missed it at the start of the stream. I was talking about it, but they, I totally forgot that the PvP season ends on Wednesday when they go down for maintenance for the new expansion. And I needed to grind a couple of ranks of PvP for this set. So there's this glamour set from PvP. So instead of questing today, I spent 5 hours grinding in PvP to get my series. I had to get all the way to level 25, which is a lot. It was a lot of PvP, but I got it. So this is a unique glamour set that you can only get from PvP. There's a similar set that you can get from elsewhere, but this specific color and set you can only get. So now I look a little bit cool, just a little bit. Yep, we killed the bad guys. We got our ether current. And yes, we got the Ice Rondell from Dusk Vigil for you. Yes. All right. Again, we are not reading side quests unless that they are like super meaningful. So we are going to jump in with main quest again. Surely one of these people will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray speak with them as many as you can with. All right. Looking for heretics, you say? Why don't you go and bother Paraqued or someone? I have enough trouble keeping these preening fops fed and clothed as it is. It's no business of mine what folk do with themselves out in the wilds. Okay, fine. Fine, fuck you. Sorry, I'm just asking. We're trying to look for Lady Iceheart. Come on, guy. Nay, I know of no heretics. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every rate, meow, Veramont, and Burtenant that wanders in and out of camp? Is this a joke about, like, the wacky French names? Is this what they're basically saying? Are there any heretics in the area? Well, I have not the faintest idea. Why, a heretic could pass under my very nose, and I should be none the wiser. I hunt dragons, my dear lady. The big ones. Forever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. I care not for the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. Alright, thanks. Okay, bye. Something I can help you with, milady? Heretics, is it? Well, I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. We would be grateful if any information you can share with us. Gods know we've gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. If it please, my lord, I'm Paraquet, a soldier by trade, though not much of one, if I'm honest. It weren't for the love of stabbing folk that I took up the spear, see. No, it was by order of Sir John Talot's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy as to what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty low-born lads who get pressed in the service start grumbling before they've seen their second battle. And once they've got to thinking how unfair it all is, it don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. From what I hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. That may explain how Lady Iceheart was able to expand her following so swiftly. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbled down the heretic stripe and asked for seconds, told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining the ranks, apparently. Send up some purple smoke, and the bastards come to you. That's so. Why then, I'm minded to start a fire. Thank you for curiously knowing exactly what we needed to be able to solve this quest. If we are to lure our foes to our position, then we must find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. As it so happens, I once heard the tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from that terrible stench, the story also described in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged deep violet. Okay, I get it. We got to kill a yak. Kill a yak and then make purple fire. You are a monster hunter of some note, are you not, Myth? It should prove a trifling task for you to procure the number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. Of course. Collect 15 yak kneecaps. I get it. Master Alphino, you and I shall gather wood for the fire. It will take the both of us to find enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again at the Dreaming Dragon with the fruits of our labor. All right. Now it is time for us to become Myth, Slayer of Yaks, and also to pick up an Ether Current quest. Oh, we have to kill polar bears. Godless killing machines. All right. Oh my god. I will say, doing quests as a tank is so much better than as a healer. Obviously, it's still best to do it as DPS, but... By the way, Skittle, I don't know if you're there or if you're just relaxing, but Venetia was saying that Myths should be taller. So Myth, my character, is the shortest you can be for an Elezen. I set her as the shortest height. However, Dawntrail is giving us a free Fantasia. So I could use that Fantasia to make her taller. So I wouldn't mind more input of whether or not I should. Skittle, you're not supposed to immediately take his side. You're supposed to be like, no, Corey, your tastes were perfect when you originally created the character. You're supposed to defend me. No, Instead, you're just, I get it. I understand. You also like the big dommy mommy energy. You know, all you degenerate fucks out there. Like, I get it. I get it. I understand. You gotta lose. We'll try it out. We will try it out on Friday when the expansion drops. I will make a point of on stream will Fantasia, because they're changing it where when you Fantasia, you get an hour. You can like log back out and make further changes and then log in and see how they look. So we'll play around with the height and we'll see if we want her to be any higher. Degenerates. Venetia says, arguably, I think they need to bind every healer to a caster DPS job so you can do both damage and questing and healing in dungeons. I could see that. I could see something similar to that. Skittle says, I actually go for more normal sizes myself, so you can be whatever you want, Corey. But I'm just saying, I understand the loom need. I mean, to be fair, I did pick Ellison. Ellison are the you know, the super tall race. So, like, I get it. But... Yep. I killed the things. Give me my etherite, please. Or my ether energy. Okay, so there aren't any others. Are there any new ones down at Falcon's Nest? No, there's not. Okay. So I think we're almost done with this zone, so we just need to get the last ether current, which is going to be to the northwest. And along the way, we will slay yaks. Yakety yak. Don't talk back. Or at least this buff where solo your DPS is buffed by 30%. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird because like tank is also a little rough solo, but it just feels better. But like you can make the same argument for tank. So like, this is fine as Dark Knight, but if I switched to Dancer, for example, like I would have melted this yak, right? But just, there's something about the way that tanks play that doesn't feel as bad, to where healers feel really slow. And I think it's because they're casting. It's the fact that you have to be casting to do your mediocre damage. To where tanks, they do their mediocre damage immediately, and that immediacy feels good. Tank doesn't die as often. Well, yeah, but arguably a healer heals themselves, so they shouldn't be dying that often as well. Like, I'm not saying that that's how it actually plays out, but on paper, you know, that is the trade-off of doing less damage, is that you have more survivability. So, it's 157 yalms to the southwest. There it is. I wonder if this is the last one. I feel like... Am I going crazy? I feel like that there's a way to see how many ether currents you need. But I can't remember where it would be. I don't know. CBU has to think about healers. I do agree with you there. I think that they're in a weird spot right now. Yeah, there's no more. So the remaining will just be from logs travel. I don't have a travel. Oh, maybe just literally travel. Ether currents. That's what it is. Okay. I was losing. I was like, I do remember this. Okay. Okay. All right. We're good. Thank you for reminding me, Venetia. It's been so long. It would seem that collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Alphinaud. He must have been a privilege. He must have. Oh my God. Why didn't he just say he must have had a privileged upbringing? Not his must have been a privileged upbringing. Have you the heights we need? Yes, we do. I killed the yaks. They do not talk back.
Ah, I should have known it would be you. Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent. Now, tell me why you are here.
We wish to stop Nidog's attack on Ishgard. We wish to speak with you. We wish to speak with you.
So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion. If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest. Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me. That which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress. 'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elezen tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home. Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva. While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm Heavensward in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elezen is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Heavensward, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity. Though loath to perform the deed, Heavensward ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound. In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted. Nidhogg, He who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elezen treachery. And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the Eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Good gods!
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the Eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the Eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels, and the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him. Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
Is autumn mist, my friend? I sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
We can fly. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, sorry about that, guys. We're not sorry. That's literally the whole reason we're here, is to work through the MSQ. Okay, so Vinicius said, healers only work on mistake-based feedback loops. The more the team screws up, the more you have to heal. As soon as mistakes reach 0, 99% of your kiddos use this. Isale, I wonder what he thinks of the Dragon Song War itself, or if he's just old dad, no care about it. Yeah, I mean, and obviously, again, it's been almost 10 years. It's been 9 years since I last played through Heavensward's main story quest. So I don't remember a lot of the Midgard-Stormer stuff, but yeah, they're kind of in a weird place. And then obviously, spoilers avoided, but you know, we get a slight amount of update on some of this stuff in Endwalker, because Endwalker kind of touches on the dragons again. But yeah, you get the impression that he was kind of detached from his brood. He definitely had a lot of love for them, obviously. But yeah, he is, like you said, just kind of old dad, no care, right? Like he's kind of above it, because really in some ways, Midgard-Stormer is unto dragonkind what Hydaelyn is to us. Again, trying to avoid specific spoilers here, but so yeah, it's kind of important that he can't take too much interest in the meddling. He knows what's going on, but he kind of needs to let them figure it out. At least that's kind of what my foggy fever dream memory of it is. But I really enjoy replaying this though, because so much of it is so much clearer now than it was back in 2015 when I first watched this, which I was like, okay, you're throwing dragon names at me. Nidhogg, okay. Yeah, that's a famous dragon name. That's a reference to something, and it's been in other Final Fantasy games. But Hraesvelgur's new and all this stuff. But by the end of this storyline, you're like, Hraesvelgur's like, yeah, you know this stuff inside and out. It's so good. So, on your comment on healers, yeah, it's just weird because in other games, you know, I'm a believer in the Trinity. I am a believer. Like, I think some people would argue that the game may be better if you basically just turn healers into a DPS class. Like, you basically get rid of the healer role and you just have support DPS and selfish DPS, which we already have. We already have like Samurai and Reaper and Machinist and Viper, soon to be, that are selfish DPS. They only care about their own performance. They don't buff anybody else. They don't bring a lot of, other support benefits. And then you have classes like Dancer and Red Mage, and to a lesser extent, like Summoner, where they have Raise, where it's like, okay, they have support elements to their kit, but they do less personal DPS. So you can make an argument for that, but I really feel like, especially from Final Fantasy's point of view, where it has a history of healers, I think making that role have a cleaner identity is good. That being said, I actually really like that healers in this game are expected to do damage at a high level of play. You know, obviously you can troll your way through the whole MSQ without ever casting a damaging spell in the duty and you'd be fine, but it's not the best way to play. And I think that I do like that in the highest level of content, there's a push and pull, because it makes it the most interesting role, in my opinion. Other MMOs have tanks who hold aggro and do damage. Other MMOs have DPS who have complex rotations and, you know, are all about eking out every ounce of performance out of their kit as they can get for doing damage, right? But no other MMO has healers that have an expectation to be doing damage and healing their team and applying buffs. It's that juggling act is what makes the role for me. But it is a watered down vision of the role. It makes people feel like, well, am I supposed to be doing damage? Am I supposed to be doing healing? So I'm all over the place on it. I agree that they need to look at it, but I do hope that they don't change it too much, because I do like the role. I do like it. It's neat. Fun bad translations. In Final Fantasy VII, Midgard-Zolom is a katakana variant of Midgard-Stormer. Yep. I think healers need to have focus on debuffs. I do think that Asuna basically, like for example, like in WoW or other MMOs, decursing is a very big part of healers' kits, you know, and if you have 2 healers or 3 healers in a raid, it's like coordinating who is decursing and removing debuffs from what people. I also feel like there's room for role actions. Right now, their role actions have the sleep spell, a couple of mana gain abilities, and raise. Actually, raise isn't even a role action. I think they each get their own raise. But like Surecast, so I'd rather see something else there, right? Something that's a little bit more tactile, because they never use the sleep ability. We don't really use CC in this game. CC is not, you know, crowd control is not really a thing that we care about. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'd like to see more of a focus on debuffs and debuffing the enemy as well. So instead of doing direct damage, debuffing the enemy, I think I would agree with that. You are a myth, yes? Pray address me as Isael, if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not, that fate should bring us together thus? Never did I think to walk alongside the warrior of light. Vinicius says, no, like give us something like Fissure on White Mage, a stone-based vuln like Mug or Trick Attack that makes healers damage, a special type to break enemies. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, again, like applying debuffs. I get you. Yeah. I also think, and I could be wrong on this, but do the same thing you do with the other roles. Have a selfish healer that is maybe like a really good tank healer, but doesn't do really good AoE healing. Or, yeah, they're really good at healing. You know, they do more healing than the other healers do, but they only have the one DPS spell to cast. So they have that boring kind of DPS rotation. And then have another healer that does more DPS, but it's a higher skill ceiling. They have to juggle like 5 different abilities similar to a DPS class would, but their healing kit is a little bit more basic to compensate. So again, similar to how Samurai is different from Dragoon, or how Machinist is different than Bard. So I would like to see that, because right now healers have a lot of homogenization. Outside of Astro's cards and Sage's, or not Sage, Scholar's Pixie, they're all kind of very, very similar. They're all very similar. So I agree, adding stuff like that and allowing them to apply debuffs. And maybe it's a situation where they bring the same debuff, right? So if your raid comp is bringing a Samurai and a Dragoon, so you don't have the Ninja Mug / Trick Attack debuff, okay, well, let's bring the healer that applies that. Like you said, like White Mage, you know, they do like their Earthquake spell, and that applies the same debuff as the Ninja Trick Attack. Well, if you are bringing Ninja, maybe you don't want a White Mage. Maybe you want an Astrologian because they bring some other, you know, buff or something like that. So, yeah. They did say that next expansion, they're working more on making the classes less homogenized. We'll see. They've been saying that for years, but they seem to really mean it this time. That it was something that they kept harping on, so we'll see. We will see. But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way to Dravania then? The chill of the Western Highlands is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest. By the way, I love this next zone. And a part of that is possibly because I do really like the Nath. They are possibly my favorite beast tribe. Little cute insect boys. It is a shame that you learn how to fly just as you leave a zone.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, they came.
This zone in particular is a vibe for me. All of the other zones in this expansion are either oppressive or they are so fantastical that it's hard to really vibe in them. To where this one just feels like I'm in the mountains and in a forest, and the music is really chill, and again, there are the bug boys, which are gross, but at the same time, I really love them. So we now stand at the threshold of Dravania, the path to Sohm All. By the way, Skill, if this is where you're at, if this is where your story is, you need to start playing this game again. Because the next zone is where things just go fucking wild in Heavensward. Like, yeah. Yes, forest is fun. Yes. We now stand on the threshold of Dravania. The path to Sohm All will take us far to the west, beyond the embrace of the forest branches. It will be a long and demanding journey. Might I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead and see that we are properly provisioned? There is a village here? But I thought these lands the sole domain of the dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in so perilous a place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Marsh Calm. That's probably not how you pronounce his name, but that's what I'm going to assume, is Marshchamp? Marshchamp? Probably Marshchamp. Is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, but he'll also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections. Only to the ceaseless chatter. If we are to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do it before Ishgard burns. Oh, Estinian, get the stick out of your ass. You're going to become a lovable member of the party. Couple expansions. Skill says, no, I think I got a little past this now. I'm thinking the Moogles. Okay, so you did get to the next part. Okay, the Moogles are delightful, but they are a tonal shift where the story is getting crazy good, and then like, oh, but deal with Moogles for like 15 quests, and it's a little obnoxious. I do agree with that. Moogles is hard to get through. Venetia says it's missing Lahi. That's my favorite Shadowbringer zone for the same reason. I like peaceful, serene forest zones, and that one is got my favorite song. Yes, Lahi. And Skills, it's all coming back to me now. Every time Moogles are involved, beware. Yes. All right. Is there another ether current? 549 to the southwest, so it'll be on the other side of the mountain. So we're good to do the quest. All right. Imagine Moogles in Tyrell. Oh, they've got to be there. We have to get Moogles. Although we do get the Penguin Boys in Tyrell. Tyrell being the new expansion. North America, basically. Or really South America, but the Americas. But yeah, we get the Penguin Boys and we get the Vanu brothers, so. But like, especially coming from Girthus Western Highlands, where it's all snowy and like oppressive, this is just so calm. Like, I love this zone so much. Well, tie in my hide and call me a leather. I'm gonna make, by the way, canonically, this guy is a cowboy. That's the voice of. Well, tie in my hide and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. Oh, and if it ain't lovely, you sail. Well, it's been too long, girl. That is. Oh, sorry. That it has, my son. That it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Sohm All. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course. Stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I'm not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did you say it'll not explain things to you, boy? You seen them towering Calum trees about, haven't you? If you were to be flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere, and we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. You're welcome. Now, I know it won't stop you sail here, but dragons ain't the only thing you need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west. I want brown Moogles with blonde pom-poms. Okay, yeah, okay, I'm kind of feeling it. I'm feeling it. I mean, obviously Moogles have a very classic look, all the way going back to like Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3, but still, I wouldn't mind a different take on them, 100%. For Myth, is she a Gelmoran revivalist, or doesn't think about it? You're gonna have to help remind me what you mean by Gelmoran revivalist. Avoiding spoilers if it's stuff from later expansions. I don't know. I don't remember. I do keep internal consistency. However, it is mostly related to the main story quest. I have not done a lot of deep dive into the outer lore, so forgive me if my brain is just not firing. Also, we are level 56, so we need to switch to Astrologian for these quests. Okay, one of these is Ether Current, so just a side quest. I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, eh? Well, I'll tell you. The bloody Nath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antland with a megalocrab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs. They never used to stray too far from their hives out of the fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties from realms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And when they venture into the forest, well, which is a lot more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to the Nath's home territory. I'm having trouble keeping this accent, but it's delightful, so I'm going to keep doing it. Gamora is 1.0, 2.0 stories. It's where the Shradian elves and hide away from the elementals and main. Oh, yeah, I loosely remember that, but yeah, there's not. It's been way too many. I mean, 1.0 was I was a different person. In 1.0, I did. So, yeah. I mean, obviously, I know we've got the Gelmoran part shards and stuff like that. So I know the name is familiar to me with the Palace of the Dead and all that stuff. But yeah, outside of that, I would say no. I would say Myth she's just a mercenary at heart before she became a warrior of light. She doesn't really care much for anything like that. It would seem that much has changed in Dravania. The Nath were not wont to cause much strife when I lived here. You lived here? In Dravania? Aye. 'Twas in the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protection of its boughs. That was when I chanced upon Hraesvelgr. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of the majestic worm, nor the vision of the past his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Orchamp found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees and nursed me back to health, and in Tailfeather I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. You were saying these Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They are a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who would intrude on their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. They've changed then. What of it? We have not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for Sumal and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. Justinian, you monster. A more direct path, then. Very well. Let us first follow the trail west out of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Sumal, shall we? All right. We do need to pick up this quest. Oh, I totally forgot about the expanded sightseeing log. It's actually a decent experience. It's not a great experience, but it's kind of worth doing. All right. So I know I said we wouldn't be taking any detours, but I do want to unlock flying because even though it's not required for the main story quest and the main expansion, the post-expansion content has you coming back to these zones, and being able to fly will actually speed up my run. So it is worth getting the flight ability in every zone as we go. So that is what we're going to do. 107 yalms to the northwest. It should be right over here. Yep, there it is. $949 yalms to the west. Okay, that's like over the mountain, so should be good. That's a sightseeing log, but we'll need flying for that. We did it. We helped each other out. Okay, bye. We need to get up there. Oh, this isn't gonna... Of course. Nothing is ever easy. All right, there's another hunter over there and one down here. Oh, wait, no. Down there. Okay, I'm glad I looked. That's why I like having the big map. Okay, they're not up on the ledge. What is the fate for this zone? It gives an achievement. Special Task Force and Coral's Chase Boys. Chase Corals. Okay. I get it. And then we want to go down here. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Thank you much. Just gonna teleport back. Where did today go? It's already 10 o'clock at night. I think we're gonna go until about midnight EST. So wherever that gets us is where it gets us. I didn't expect to lose like 6 hours to PvP today, but that's what happened. All right. All right, we're both working on stuff together. This guy must be doing New Game Plus, because maybe not. Should we chance to meet Marchamp again, remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us to expect the Nath, I doubt I'd be standing here. Amid ruins that I would tentatively describe as a guardian, the style, if not quite identical, betrays a definitive resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. This structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of the age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. You claim this is evidence of our harmonious past? I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Dravanian masters. This rubble inspires no such awe in me. Stubborn fool, how desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough, both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Myth, pray reason with these two. Our goals are the same. Set aside your differences for now. The truth of the past will be revealed. Or grunt. I wish I was playing a character where grunt was the correct answer, but that is not Myth's correct answer now. I think it's our goals are the same. There's a version of this game where I play as like a himbo, just like a Highlander male who is just like all brawn and no brains and just full of love for everything, but doesn't talk too much. Just nods and goes along with what everybody's saying. But that is not the version of this game I would play, unfortunately. Quite. Lest you forget, our goal is to prevent a war which will claim the lives of Dravanians and Ishgardians alike. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Myth's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Estinian. You would have me keep my counsel until Myth's vision confirmed the truth? Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Hraesvelgr will likely provide the catalyst Myth's gift requires, as it did mine. Let us press on. Actually moving at a good clip. All things considered. I mean, I guess we're still only level 52. Oh my god, there's no way I'm getting the Shadowbringers before Dawntrail. I'm so far behind. It's okay though. It's okay. I've got 18 days off from work. We can do it. Spy you the three great towers to the west. Ishgardians know them as Anix Shrine. The place serves as a roost for Hraesvelgr's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Zomal, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened. The one who leads them is a friend. Of rather more concern of the disposition of the Nath, let us survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. I see you laughing. See you. I actually forget, do we? No. Do we fight Ravana in the main story? You know what? I just completely forgot. We do. I completely forgot that we fight Ravana. I was mixing it with the post AR or the post Heavensward quests. I don't know what I'm doing, trying to jump over that rock. Because well, yeah, I won't say anything for spoilers, but there's a quest line that brings us back here. But no, yeah, we have to fight Ravana first. 'Tis as I feared. The road ahead is teeming with Nath soldiers. Arshant did not exaggerate then. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragon so openly. Do they intend to assault the lair itself? I pray they do not. Mighty though my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. I'll help you out, friend. We'll use AoE. Yeah, we have a couple of quests here. Then we do Ravana, then we like immediately do Samal. So it's 10:30? It's probably reasonable that I'm gonna try to push for Samal, unless these quests have 10 minutes of talking. I love this zone. The music is so good. Yeah, head, yeah. We're bopping. I take no pleasure in killing Vineth. 'Twas to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. On my word to the warrior of light, I shall start no fight, only finish it. Oh, you dark, brooding, edgelord badass, stop it. Stop it. You truly are beyond salvation. Come then.
Vidofnir!
He is an edgy Power Ranger, yes. He's also a marshmallow. Like most edgy characters are. If they live long enough, they just live long enough to become a marshmallow.
From above I did mistake thee for a nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
I mean, fair.
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
Okay. Estinian, what did we just fucking say? Calm down. We can't bring you anywhere, man. Stop it. Fucking stop it. Also, by the way, I do like that the main story here is that we have the eye, and it's kind of a play on an eye for an eye, basically, because it's all about justice and vengeance and these two factions hating each other over this silly stuff, or not silly. The stealing of the eye was a terrible thing, and the eyes are very powerful, but I thought it was very apropos and poetic that they chose it to be an eye that they took. And because of that, it is an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, where they're basically locked in this forever war over an eye. So we're not here to fight, man. Jeez. Yeah, exactly.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
She started it.
My sire's will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Hrisvelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
The Nath have summoned a primal.
Alphado just looks at me. Yeah, we got the fucking primal killer right here. Like, it's time for you to get your murder hat on.
But if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request?
Ha! Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed?
It ain't no thing.
'Tis beyond thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
Okay, bye.
It would seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
I do feel for Isael, though. She does just want fighting to end. And she's such a good inverse for the Archbishop, who also believes the ends justify the means. Like, she's a heretic, and she's doing all these, like, heretical things, but it's with the idea that the ends justify the means. So they're both characters that are following the same path, but want different things. And, yeah, it's interesting. There's some good poetic duality to this storyline. So the Nath have summoned their god, and thus is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Isart? Oh, sorry, this is it. Are you not glad, Lady Isart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to the Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. But what a fool I am to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough, enough, I say. If the Nath have truly brought forth the deity from the ether, we must face it together, or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon this primal's defeat. But ere we think of confronting him, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What matter of faith sustains its existence? My apologies, you are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult with Marchand. He knows more of the Nath and their culture than most. Hopefully we get the speed increase here. It does not look like it. Alright. Well, we're at least going to get this ether right while we're here, so that way we can at least teleport. Alright. To the north. Okay, so we can hold off on that one. Alright, let's teleport to Marchand. Oh, back already, all right. Oh, sorry, he's a cowboy. Oh, I'm not going to remember the fucking voice I gave him. You're back already, are we? Met the Nath, did you? And what is it you'd like to... Summon a primal, you say? 7 hells. Well, I don't know bugger all about Nath religion, if I'm honest. Beyond their trading habits, there never seemed much point in asking. but it shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we barter with a small hive to the north and west of here, outcasts from the main tribe, from what I understand. I reckon they'd be willing to tell you a bit about themselves, if you give them the right incentives. That sounds promising. And what exactly would a Nath consider to be the right incentives? Oh, nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two, but seeing as you are in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. You want a good-sized jar of the land-tramp nectar, a basket of calam tree fruit, and, always Nath's favorite, a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leaping to the lower branches of these forest glades should present little challenge to me. Then I shall collect the nectar, with Master Alphino's arcane assistance. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll need to carve it from the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big hunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you got everything together, you'll need to set it down on what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark it on the spot on the map for you. You have been most kind, Master Marchand. Well then, let us attend to our respective tasks and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one there is a rotten Nanka egg. Alphino, stop having fun. And by that I mean keep having fun. I appreciate you. Even though he is still voiced kind of like a little British brat, he is much more wholesome and human in this expansion than he was in The Realm Reborn. Which just has him being very hoity-toity and holier than thou. Oh, come on. We're gonna clear obtain hunks of Nanka flesh, which I think these are like the big axolotl things, if I remember correctly. Or not really axolotls, they're like weird geckos almost, I guess. Kind of like an axolotl. Oh my god, they have so much HP. Healers do so little damage. Three hours later. Okay. I'm just gonna switch to Dancer. So much easier. Alright. And then I'll just switch back to Astrologian to turn in the quest. Okay, I actually don't want to fight. Alright, thank you. Really, I should have been doing that all along. Switching over to a DPS shop instead of sitting on Astrologian. I just have to be on Astrologian to turn in the quest. What are you two bickering about? When I set out to master the dragon's jump, 'twas not to strike fear into the hearts of the high-hanging fruit. I like that. Master Alphino possesses a rare talent for the arcane arts. Should he continue to apply himself to their study, he'll become a formidable mage in time. Aw, you're giving him a little compliment. I was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from the land traps, though I would not have known how to harvest it without Asael's help. Do you have the Nanka meat? That I do. Splendid. I shall put this with Estinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the Nath. Time to meet the non-mind. I love these little buggy boys. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offerings at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal or some such? Calm yourself, Master Alphino. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Click, click. Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Landtrap nectar, Calum tree fruit, and Nanka flesh. What delectable foods you have brought for us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Click, click. Come, hunters. Come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped, stifling, and horribly smelly. But better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws, yes? Come, come, it is not far. Clitter, clatter, 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 clitter, clatter. They are both simultaneously creepy and gross, and also just lovable, frail, little... Like, it's something to do with the way they hold their hands that makes me feel like they're very hesitant. Like, they're like, like basically all the time. They're very cute. I mean, I think they're cool, you know, but whatever. I'm a guy, I don't think things are cute. Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Nath. We are the non-mind. Welcome to our hive, hunters. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us to your home, and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are come in search of knowledge, specifically, knowledge of your people's god. Knowledge alone? What strange hunters you are. But if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are the Vath, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Nath's god, of the god, the One Mind, summoned into our midst. The One Mind? These are the Nath who reside in the main colony? Yes, they are one, connected. But let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky and into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren. And with spear and spell and musket, the dragon was slain. 'Twas likely one that had fled battle with my kinsman. I should commend you for finishing the job. Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The One Mind would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They had learned that a battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the Overmind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. The one mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Dravanian lands would become Nathlands, and ever larger would outgrow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the rewards for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence. Yes. Give me an ether current quest. Thank you very much. I call upon the power of a primal for the greater good, conscious all the while that I do so at a grave cost to the land. I reason that it is a necessary evil and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much, but you most surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. To a scion of the Seventh Dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best. But the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Not so the Nath, as you so rightly put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude that they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of this god, Master Alphino. A being of whom we know not. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the warrior of light to her death? No, You have the right of a Justinian. It would seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray, forgive me, Myth. I do not fear my duty, or ... Okay, I do not fear my duty. Again, I'm not the himbo who just looks forward and doesn't say anything. Wait, Myth need not face this foe alone. Like her, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Ha! Do you truly imagine yourself a second warrior of light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters. We know not where this god resides or how to challenge it. Unless you mean to pray until it appears. Justinian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Vath and learn how best to secure an audience with their deity. In this, at least, I may be of assistance. The young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. Okay, we just have these to talk to. We are Vath. We are the non-mind. We do not hear the one mind's thoughts. We cannot predict their will. Alright, thank you. Put this idea from your minds, generous hunters. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely, you are not so generous as that? You wish to meet our god? Offer yourself as a sacrifice? And you will soon be brought before him. He would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however. We would mourn. You are generous hunters, yes? Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Vath to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more. We are very fond of Nanka flesh. Yes, the meat of a young Nenka would make a fine repast. Okay, so we gotta go get more Nenka flesh. How many quests in the zone are gonna make me kill these poor river geckos? Let's switch to Dancer again. Also, I meant to check. Oh yeah. I've got enough PvP points to get another Garo set, which is an achievement. But I can do that anytime. I don't have to go do that right now. I like the views here. I like the music. I like the Nath. This is a good zone. It's a good zone. All right. We Vath do enjoy our Nenka flesh. Have you been hunting yet? Another gift for the Vath? So unexpected. Yes, yes. You will have more of the words you strange hunters hunger for. Listen now. The senses of the one mind are enmeshed by the overmind. What one sees, all see. What one feels, all feel. Alert a single Nath, and the whole hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. The Vath are wont to allude to certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I am beginning to grasp a few of the fundamentals. From what I understand, the king-like overmind sits at the center of Nath society, and its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of words or gesture. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger hive, are known as the One Mind, and it was by their combined will that the Primal was summoned. Those who reside in the smaller hive, however, are the Vath, or the non-mind, who, for reasons that yet escape me, seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bond which connects their Nath counterparts. Thus are the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions, and of the nature of their own god. In summary, we have wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the Primal, as sacrifices. Should we allow ourselves to be captured in the environs of the colony, the Nath will bring us before their deity to make an offering of our souls. Alright, so we're going fishing, and we're the ones on the hook. Alright. Forgive me, but let us be clear about what it is that you propose. You mean to say that you would deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself into what might generously be termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye, that fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavor, will you not, Myth? Judging by the great risks you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you are not a woman to err on the side of caution. Would that I could fight at your side, Warrior of Light, but the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphino. Then it is settled. Myth, you and I shall challenge the guards at the entrance of the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance, and then allow them to take us prisoner. I am so pumped. The Ravana fight is very cool. It's very fast, the normal mode at least, but it is very cool. I would love to do Extreme Ravana again. It has been like 10 years to do it like synced, but I digress. This old content is hard to do. The way it was back then. Alright, so it is 10:50. We are doing Ravana. Let me check my cheat sheet here. Breaking in Hive. So we do Ravana, and then it's one quest, and then we go to Samal. So we are definitely going to finish before midnight. We might have time to talk to a couple Moogles. We'll catch up to where Skittle is. Southeast. Okay, we're going to pick up an Aetherat while we're down here. Yeah, cat dance. Skittle, I don't know if you saw, but I added new emoji for mine. I don't think I have a dance one, but I have a crying one. I have a Moogle who's like crying. Yeah. Yeah, if I do... Yeah, I added the hamster Zoom and the crying Moogle and the disoriented Moogle. I added Joe Dirt and Hulk Hogan as actual emoji, by the way. Yeah, all of those. The hamster Zoom one is actually pretty good. It turned out pretty good. It looks a lot better Biggie size, but still pretty good. I need a dancing one though. I don't know what I would get or what I would. I'm losing my mind. Ether current must be up in the hive, so we'll talk to them. Intruders, your lives are forfeit. All right. You're in such a rush to die. Shame. I need to summon my Chocobo. Get out here, Fabula. Help me out. I'm just a healer. Help me fight, Fabula. Don't heal me. I can heal myself. Go fight them. Fight the bugs. Thank you, Fabula. We have to kill 2 fire drones and obtain flintlocks. Okay. Might as well get this quest done. Let me switch to Dancer. And then we just need one more fire drone. We'll do this one. I didn't want to pick a fight with you, but now you're dead. You could have lived a long, naff life. Okay, I've officially angered the entire nest, which I guess is apropos, but... Okay. No more fighting. We're just looking for the ether current. $117 to the southeast, so it's down here. Yep. There it is. All right. Okay, the last one is up in the Samal Mountain, so that makes sense. The Overmind must be now aware of our intrusion. Let us press on into the hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. Oh. We're going to do this. Why? This quest line is not very well designed. Why did we go in, fight, leave to talk to her, to then now come back? She should have just been coming with us the entire way. But it's fine. I'm not going to nitpick it. This content is 11 years old or 10 years old. 9 years old, 2015, but still. So many of them in a rush to die. It's unfortunate. That should be sufficient. If we did not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Our audience with the Primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray advise me once you have steeled your mind for the battle to come. Oh my god, really? Okay. I didn't think this was the end of the quest. Okay. All right. Time to fight Ravana. You are prepared then? Hold here, Myth. When next the Nath come, we offer no resistance. Skitter, 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 skitter. Surrender, intruders. There is no escape. Enough. We surrender. We throw ourselves upon the mercy of your God. They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray leave matters to me. If what I know of summoning rituals holds true, I shall be well placed to act. Mark the sound of the river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? I imagine the noise would serve to mask our escape should we need to withdraw temporarily. But you are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away for a sacrifice while you were haggling over the price of potions, I should not be amused. I like them using the quest. I like lampshade the idea that really nothing is going to stop me from leaving if I wanted to. I could just leave, but okay. Though I dismissed Master Afino's concerns, I confess that I did wonder how the Nath might treat their prisoners. Happily, it would seem they are not wont to harm sacrifices, nor even disarm them. Plainly, they imagine their god invulnerable. The plan goes better than expected. Try to escape, and we will break your fleshy legs. Yee. Okay, he says the same thing, which makes sense, because they are of the one mind. His theme is so incredible. Soken he was on another level when he did the theme for Ravana.
Now we have but to wait.
O Lord Ravana, master of the sacred blades, wrath of the colony, conqueror of the world, hear our prayer. Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
He comes.
All strength to the colony. Speak and I shall listen.
Oh, glorious General, we have captured intruders and would make unto you an offering of their life's blood.
These feeble fleshlings dared to invade Nathlands.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory. We wished only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
Thou wouldst flirt with death merely to satisfy thy curiosity. Wherefore should the glorious conquests of the Nath concern thee so, Elezen? Ah, mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms fareth poorly, and thou art desirous of a pact.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goal shall remain out of reach. Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight. Long have my children waited, gathering their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict. The Nath path would see the Dravanians slain and their territories secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form and purpose.
As I feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath. And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily. Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, do accept thy challenge. But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent. Do you accept?
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
What is this? A god clad in flesh?
By the way, and I hate that this is so distracting to me, but if I was a goddess of ice, I would not be wearing like ridiculous 7-inch platform heels. Like you've got nobody, you've got nothing to prove to anybody. Like it's just distracting. It's just distracting.
Is aught amiss, my lord? Thou wilt not break thy word, I trust.
Mine oath is unbending as steel, little goddess. Thy ruse will but add to mine enjoyment.
This is really cool, though. I love Assail's character so much. Also, the fact that she turns herself into a primal is a very important story point that will continue to be important for many, many expansions.
I thought myself stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
But that makes sense. Shiva's level 50. He's level 53. Duh, he's 3 levels higher.
Art thou warrior or craven?
Oh, I'm about to fuck you up. But first, let me get 7 of my friends to help me.
A warrior, then. Good. Mayhap thou will provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
Forgive me. I was overconfident. Yep. You were. The wrath of the colony is undefeated. Victory to the Nath. All right. Hopefully this queue's not too bad. Can we go in? No, cannot go in there. There we go. Oh, come on, people. Say yes. Say yes. There we go. Somebody in chat said Beetleborg time. It's so funny.
Furious as a blaze!
Such a cool fight.
Wilt thou yield? Take wing, ye souls of war!
And he's almost dead.
Rejoice in the glory of combat!
The normal mode is so short. For the extreme version, you get this, the second part of the song, so much more. It's so epic.
Unyielding of the earth!
All right, we get to the corners. And that's it. That's Ravana normal mode, unfortunately.
Thus does the sacred rite of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
Everybody already booked it. I got 3 commendations though. Look at me go. Because I was a healer that did damage. Clitter, clatter, clitter, clatter.
You do not disappoint, warrior of light. Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you. For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana one to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
Once more you achieve the impossible, bringer of light. But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, Another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor. At their bidding, warring gods will shake the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
Never since we first fought have I seen you draw upon the full extent of your power, and never from afar to this day. You are a marvel to behold, Myth. Well, 'tis time we joined our companions. They will be eager to hear the tale, and to continue our journey. So slow. I don't know why I'm running. I could have just teleported. I'm a silly boy. It's the whole point of us. Oh, wait, no. Our companions are not at Anixstein. Okay, it's a good thing I didn't teleport, actually. That would have been painful to have to go all the way around. There's another quest for the Aetheryte that we need to do in Tailfeather really quick. And then there's also one at Anixstein. So we'll knock both of those out after we turn this quest in. And then we will do some all. We have 35 minutes. Should be enough time. Some all will take 15. Assuming these, the dialogue isn't too crazy on these. Yes, Lady Isail, thank the 12. Lord Ravana, you say? How curious that the Vath never mentioned his name. And you are quite certain he will keep his word? It was honor beneath his savagery. That we survived the encounter at all was a miracle. A miracle I must attribute to Myth. Never did I doubt you, Warrior of Light. Unlike some, you were gone so long that Master Alphino here and I lost his wits with worry. Fretting like a maid, for her sweetheart he was. Estinian, was that truly necessary? Not truly necessary, but certainly true. They are already becoming bros. They're cute together. What matters is that the primal is banished, and our promise fulfilled. We should return to Vidofnir without delay. Look, Alfie loves us. Look, he loves us. Yeah, Alphino really experiences a good arc, because he goes from like an unlikable twat, basically, to just a bundle of like naive joy, basically. Lest you forget, this was but a means to secure an audience with the worm Racefelger. The dog's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come now, we must make every moment count. You are unkind, Estinian. For all his experience and intellect, Alphino is still but a boy. Over time, Estinian basically becomes like a big brother to Alfie as well, and I am here for it. Their relationship is wonderful. All right, we have another side quest here. I think this side quest actually, though, yeah, this unlocks the tribal quests, which is good. I will need to do these after I finish the ARR tribal quests. All right. Shall we be on our way to Annex Tyne then? Trine. I would not have the dragons think that we have forgotten our bargain. Yep. But first we have to go to Tailfeather, and we have to do this quest. We're going to knock these quests out real quick. I'm going to switch to Dancer. Oh, we did get the speed increase. Yes, let's fucking go. The Chocobo's a little bit faster. This one. Thank you. And then there is a Vath nearby. Where are you, buddy? Where are you? Look, at this sleeping Chocobo. He's so cute. Okay, but I'm looking for... Oh my god. Stop it. Is he, like, under the bridge or something? No? Where are you? Oh, there he is. Oh, because I started as Astrologian. It's making me... Yeah. It's fine. This is just a side quest. Alright. Next, we have to do these three. We have to go talk to those hunters. Yet again. I think it's the same 3 sets of hunters as well. Thank you much. And we're off. Oh god, it's going to be difficult to get up here, isn't it? Can I wait, hold on. I feel like I had it there. Yes. Go do busy work to unlock flying. That being said, I do like the side quests in most of the zones. I will be coming back and redoing all of these yellow quests. But there's plenty of time to do that. Forever. Come on, nameless one. He's so cute. I really like the Vath storyline. Most of the beast tribes actually have really good stories. Well, really good is subjective, but I have enjoyed most of the beast tribe storylines. But theirs, because the whole thing is about not being in the hive mind, is really personal. Or not personal, like, I've never been a part of a hive mind, but I don't know, it's just different. It feels more weighty. It's more existential and poetic, and they're talking about what it means to be alive and aware and all this stuff. Like, Soken, the composer, did not need to go this fucking hard for just the zone music of this area. It's like, okay, Soken, there's like a neat little zone. It's like a cute chocobo forest, and there's some like bug people, and there's some dragons. So we just need like a theme that's kind of like in the mountains, and it's kind of peaceful a little bit. And he's like, hold my fucking beer, and just orchestrating this huge swelling. Like, it's just insane. He's so good. He's an incredible composer. All right. Marchamp. Okay, we have to teleport back to Tailfeather. I mean, I guess I don't have to stop exactly at midnight. If we go a little over midnight, I guess that's fine, but I do have to be up for work very early. Yay, we leveled up. Okay. Now we go, we talk to the Vath, it unlocks the tribal quest, and then we can continue. So pretty. Yep, we can skip you. I'm not gonna get drawn into all of this. Just need to unlock our daily quest, please. Thank you. Oh my god. I forgot how much they make us do just to unlock these stupid quests. You're lucky I love you guys so much, and your cute dragonfly seahorse mount that you get to unlock by completing it. Meow, 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 meow. Alright. We're gonna fumigate these daring dragons. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna jump off. I think our chocobo is faster, so. Nine hours on that. That's good. Okay. Finally. Green check mark. Don't worry, we'll be getting exalted with you guys. Don't worry. All in good time. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, bye, boys. Bye. Okay, bye. We're just going to teleport. Must be upstairs. Thank you much. Thank you. Thank you. There's a hole that I can jump down. Yes. Thank you. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta do a quest for a dragon. He was up there. He wants me to do a thing. It's so I can fly. Okay, thank you. Bye. We'll definitely be switching to Dancer for this. We can like 3-shot the enemy. Two-shot there. Wait, do I have to fight all 3 of you? All right. Yes, now it's your turn. Okay, so we can turn that one in as we come back in because we're going to have to go upstairs to go to Somal anyways. So. Bidofnir will be pleased to hear that our Lord Ravana is dead and is pledged to recall his soldiers. Will the dragon now honor her word? That remains to be seen. Estinian slowly being won over by the dragons. Thou art returned, little one. Hast thou abandoned thine ill-conceived contest with the Nath? Nay, my friend, we return in triumph. By Myth's hand was the beastman's god, Lord Ravana, laid low. In his overconfidence, the Primal swore to withdraw his followers from your lands in the event of his defeat, a promise we believe he will keep. The Nath shall trouble you no longer. That deity is slain, then. How didst thou contend with his biting blades? Ah, but the particulars matter not. Thou hast fulfilled thy promise, and I shall fulfill mine. Attend me, mortals. Hie you unto the deepest reaches of Morn, and there you shall find Halo, the altar from which you may begin your ascent to the summit of Samal. But be fairly warned, the minions of Nidhogg shall not lightly suffer your presence on that sacred mountain. By your struggles within the cavern shall I judge your party possessed of sufficient fortitude to proceed. We shall not disappoint you, Vidofnir. If memory serves, the Cavern of Morn is entered from the second floor of the central tower. Let us begin the climb. Alright, so we're going to ride our chocobo. We're going to turn in this quest. We're going to go talk to them. We have to go through the volcano, mountain, cave thing, and then should be time for the dungeon. Which, did I get to 56 on Astrolution? I did. We get to do this dungeon on Dark Knight. See, ether currents. Oh, I'm missing 2. Oh yeah, I forgot that there's one up in the mountain that I kept saying we'll get when we come up to the mountain. And now that we've come up to the mountain, we can get the one up in the mountain. While we're up in the mountain. So I could go up that way, but I'm going to go this way. I think it's over here. $229 yalms to the west. Uh-oh. That's not good. I should have gone the other way. I'm a silly boy. This mountain's like a maze. Really? She's gonna give me a dead end? That whole region is really cool. But we are not going there. Okay, so we need to go up the mountain, is what it is. It's like there's definitely not a way. Yeah, there's no. Yep. The map is 3-dimensional. Actually, you know what? I mean, we're going to keep going. But I'm having a fever dream memory that actually we went too high. That there's another entrance below. Yeah, well, we're gonna see. We are gonna see. Yep, this is a dead end. Fuck me. Fuck my life. Oh, there's a neat dragon statue up here, though. Look, it's fucking nothing. Okay. All right, yeah, we gotta teleport back. I'm just gonna teleport. Just gonna teleport back. Oh, I'll be done by midnight. It'll be super easy. I'll get in and get out, and I'll just do the dungeon. It'll be really fast. Definitely not gonna get lost climbing up a mountain. Yeah, that's what it is. I went up an extra staircase too high. I was up here. I needed to go in here. I'll get the sightseeing log really quick. Okay. Is this one of those sightseeing logs that... Yeah, and it's not going to say. It's lookout, right? Let's pray. There we go. Get a nice easy 9,000 experience out of that. Well done, little one. As promised, I shall open the way to Somal's summit for thee and thy companions. Heed me now, children of man. The domain you seek to enter hath not seen visitors of your kind in nigh on 1,000 years. Though I freely grant you passage, your presence will not be welcomed. To my kin, this mountain is revered as holy ground and resting place both. Wear you the minions of Nidhogg during your ascent, for 'tis certain they shall take great offense at your intrusion. We are grateful for your warnings, gentle Vidofnir. My final words are for thee, Dragoon. Have care to keep the stolen power thou wieldest in check, lest it breed further despair. Justinian? The way is open. Let us not tarry here. A moment. Shall we blindly forge on, knowing the dangers that await us? Teoman herself is said to guard this peak. I do not fear Nidhogg's consort. Any dragon foolish enough to bar our path shall feel but the sting of my lance. Spoken like a true butcher. Need I remind you that we are come to parley a peace? Let us be clear, heretic. 'Twas to save Ishgard and her people that I first lent my support to this doubtful venture, and 'tis for their sake that I go now to speak with Heavensward. But I said nothing of Teoman. Should the opportunity present itself to rid my people of one of their deadliest enemies, I shall take it. That is my duty as a Jur Dragoon. You are beyond redemption. We will accomplish nothing by bickering. If we are to meet with Hraesvelgr, our path leads up the mountain. We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict wherever possible. What other choice do we have? Alright, fine. But it is a dungeon, so we know they are going to attack us. So it's gonna happen. We're gonna have to kill some fucking dragons. Oh man, I totally forgot that they added duty support to all of these, so I could do this with NPCs, which would be with the three of them, so I could see all of their banter and all that. But it would also take like 30 minutes. The NPCs are famously very, very slow. So no, we're gonna do it with a party of people. All right, Soma all. They were commenting on the fact that I'm a Duskwhite and how incredibly rare they are. All right. All right. Might die. Yep, I died. My gear is... I am fresh to the expansion. I turn around. Okay. Come on, friends. All right, everybody here. Let's go. Acid Rain. That sounds like an AoE, so I'll do Reprisal. Oh, that's easy. We can just avoid it. All right. Should probably kill these hornets. Ooh, the hornet's gonna get there. What happens when the hornet gets to him? We messed up. We didn't do the mechanic. Okay, we killed it. We killed it. All right. Sweet sense. Didn't appear to do anything. And then he's dead. All right. Read both of these. I hope somebody else opens up that treasure coffer. Yeah, Dancer's getting it. All right, thank you. Much appreciated. I need to keep them in this narrow Venn diagram between the two AoEs that we set down. Did pretty good there. This one we can get. Oh no. I forgot that they put a dinky, like, 2-pull before this boss. So for this guy's mechanics, I don't remember them too much. He just does some charges, I think. He charges around. He's gonna eat the goobers on the ground. They're not targetable. We can't kill them or anything, so I think we just let him eat them. He does jump on them, though, so... Okay, this we want to stack for. Okay, you're going over there. And then the last one will be probably another stack, right? Yeah. Another stack. It's just a big AoE. More goobers, but he's at 3%, 2%, 1%. He's dead. Just read everything. Hopefully we win some of it. Okay, we got 2 of them. Three, 4 of them, 5 of them. Very nice. That's going to turn into a lot of Grand Company seals.
Time for stretchy.
Okay, time in Malcolm. I'm assuming it's Malcolm. Okay, I'm stretching my back. Okay, I'm on auto run. Okay, I have to attack. Thank you, Skillet. I was like, it must be Malcolm. It's just who he is. And then another one comes down, if I remember correctly. Yep. It hasn't been that long. Yeah, exactly. When Malcolm's not here, how are we ever going to remember? Can we break this? I kind of want to break that. Yeah. And then are you going to come down? Somebody else coming down, or are we just doing ice? I forget. All right. Oh, there's 2 of them. Hold on. I got you. I'm sorry, friend. No, that wasn't a big deal at all. All right. You should have used that again earlier. I definitely needed it. Teoman, consort of Nidhogg, we beseech you, grant us safe passage. Oh, no. I guess I didn't read it fast enough. As I thought, blind to reason like all the rest. If you would see our mission to its conclusion, you know what we must do, or what must be done. Such rage and rancor, is there truly no other way? Oh, poor Isael. This is why you don't stand behind the tank. You take the fire breath. Stop standing behind me, people. Yep. Just does a bunch of AoEs. Dropping a comet, which I think I have to... I think... No, yeah, he's gonna... Okay, yeah. They both have the comet markers on them, so it's gonna fall on them. And then we go here, far away from them. Okay, easy peasy. And then everybody gets hit by the flame because we're all standing together. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, now we have to kill the wings. I remember this. Come on. Let's go faster. Let's go faster. Come on, someone use limit break. Or not. I guess I will just attack him to death. I like that canonically we were the ones who did it. Why did she refuse to listen? Oh, poor Asael. But it's important that Asael takes part in the killing of Nidhogg's mate. Getting the blessing of light back slowly but surely, or as it's technically called, how Stella got her groove back. This is us getting our groove back. Myth. It would seem Teoman was the last. I sense no other dragons nearby. Nidhogg's fucking angry. What is happening? Nidhogg. He roars. He knows we're here then? His fury. It bleeds through the eye. Fear not. I am yet my own master. But that damned worm's wrath burns hotter than flame. Come, the heart of the dragon's homeland yet lies before us. Thus do we add another link to the chain of vengeance. O Saint Shiva, when will it end?
To the peak of Som Al, at the end of a perilous mountain path, whence could be seen a string of pearl-like islands floating impossibly atop a sea of clouds. To a domain where dragons and men had once lived in harmony, whose majesty no mortal eye had glimpsed for nigh on 1,000 years, they came.
Alright, I am not going to start the Moogle quest. But there is an Aetheryte here with the Moogles, so I am going to touch it. And this will be where we stop tonight. So I do have to be up in 7 hours, so 6.5 hours for work. All right, there we go. Well, we did it. Did some of it. So Skittle, obviously we're basically caught up with where you are. I am going to be, I'm going to load in and play on lunch tomorrow, and possibly, well, I was going to play before work, but that's just not going to happen. I'm beat, and I'm not going to get a full night's rest as it is. I might stream tomorrow night, but definitely no pressure on you to stick around once it gets into spoiler territory for you. And especially since I'm going to be doing some story stuff off stream. So just a heads up for that. I do not expect you to sit here and have any of the story ruined for you if you do intend to play it yourself. So just letting you know. Yeah, which I appreciate the support on. But yeah. Good stuff. This has been a delight. I wish I had gotten farther, but you know what? No regrets. No regrets. Happy birthday! It is officially my birthday as of 15 minutes ago. You are absolutely correct. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yes, Dainty cat. All right. On that note, yes, it is good night time. Thank you for sticking around for the stream. I hope that you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed the music and the story and some of my ridiculous voices. And my puppy is jumping up in my lap. She wants to go OUTSIDE, so I should probably let her out. And then I'm going to head to bed. Good night. Everybody in stream, get a good sleep yourself. Thank you for the people on YouTube as well as on the Twitch side. And take care. Have a good night. Bye, everyone.